games on the wicket now, so hopefully we'll turn in the second dig, so we want to get first crack of it.
Yeah. How's your team shaping up?
Yeah, very good. Couple of changes. Ali Frost is in for Mick Granger, so just an extra batter through the middle.
Sure. Obviously difficult yesterday, a big tonking, only got 120, obviously looking to improve on that.
Yeah, that's the plan. Still be positive and stuff. It can happen like that in T20, but that was yesterday and today's today, so we'll go again today.
Okay, Tyrone, well done. Congratulations on that and best of luck having won the toss. Neil, would you have done the bat as well?
Yeah, we probably would have batted as well. But saying that, I said yesterday after the game, it's quite a hard ground to defend on. It's quite small, so we're not too fussed.
Okay. And how's your squad overall?
Same team as yesterday.
Same team as yesterday. So obviously looking to enhance what you did yesterday as well and keep in touch with the Warriors having won earlier on today, who won earlier on today at least.
Yeah, that's a challenge for us to keep backing up performances. We're looking to be a little bit more consistent this year than we have been in previous years, and we look to do the same again today.
Okay, well, best of luck today. So it's the Reds against the Knights, and it's the Reds who have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat.
Well, that all happened half an hour ago. Right now the bell has just sounded and the umpires, Aidan Sievers and Sam Hollingshead, are making their way through the gate of this quaint old pavilion at the Mardyke. A different tactical plan here for the Munster Reds, winning the toss and electing to bat. What's your view on that one, Craig Senior?
Well, this is the fourth game of 6 here in the Mardyke this week. The first 3, each time the captain won, they decided to field. Munster this time have decided to bat. Well, the thinking behind it, Tyrone Kane, well, he's recognised that this is the 4th game to be played on the same strip, and he thinks there may be a bit of turn later for his spinners, so he's keen to get his batsmen out before such turn occurs, I suppose.
Just one change for the Munster Reds today. They've left out Mick Granger, the bowler, and they've brought in an extra batter, Ali Frost, to strengthen their batting lineup.
And no changes for the Northern Knights. They're very happy with the team that performed yesterday in defeating the Leinster Lightning. Beat them by
70-something runs?
74 runs in a display of power hitting that we haven't seen before or since at this festival.
237 for 3. That's the benchmark high so far as we start the 4th match of this 6-game series. 3 days of festival cricket here in the Mardyke. A splendid venue to watch if you'd like to come along, if you're in the area and you like your cricket. It's a lovely hazy sunny afternoon near the university in Cork, and it's going to be Tom Mays to open the bowling for the Knights.
Well, he bowled really well yesterday, played a big part in that big win, and he'll be looking for an early breakthrough here for him and for the team. Well, as before, we're in a power play, just 2 men outside the circle, one at deep mid wicket, and the other we will find.
Backward square leg, and a snick straight away off the edge. Goes very fine for 4. Good start for the Munster Reds, though a little fortuitous. No slip in, otherwise it might have been a wicket.
Well, it's a change in the batting order for the Munster Reds today. Nikolai Damgard, well, yesterday we saw him very destructive in the first over. Didn't last much longer than that. But whereas yesterday we saw a straight 6 over the fence first ball, this time he's edged it down past third man for 4.
That one seemed to come back off the seam. Good ball from Mays. Little bit of an ask from Neil Rock, leg by the call.
And that brings the new Munster Reds opener for today, Gareth Delaney, onto strike. I think it's a good positive move from Munster to have Delaney opening today.
Delaney scored 28 yesterday against the Northwest Warriors, but their total of 120 was never going to be enough on the very first morning of this festival. Glorious sunny weather, and the Northwest Warriors got that total quite comfortably. Nice shot through the covers. Gets Delaney off the mark, but the cover fielder, Tyrone Cohn, is there to keep it to 1.
Well, left-hand, right-hand combination for the Munster Reds. And Damgard now. He's received a couple of good deliveries so far. He managed to get a 4 off one of them. But May's bowling well, straight into his work.
And there's the smash over mid-off, flat bat for 6. Damgar showing that what he did yesterday, he can do today. A 4 and a 6 in the opening over.
Well, he's known for being destructive, and he's certainly going to that.
Sound off that one was pretty amazing.
Full face of the bat, straight over, extra.
And this time he goes the other way, finding the gap between wide mid-on and mid-on. Just a single for Damgar this time. The end of a pretty good over for the Reds. One more delivery to go.
Well, it's nearly as productive as the first over yesterday, but in a slightly different fashion.
There's a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket for Delaney. He turns that nicely to Cade Carmichael's right for a single, and that over yielding 13 runs, 14 runs indeed, 14 for no wicket after 1 over. A great start for the Reds on this beautiful sunny afternoon.
Well, we did have some cloud cover earlier for the first game today. The sunshine has broken through now, burnt off a bit of the cloud, and we're back to the glorious weather we had yesterday. Let's hope we see cricket of the same quality as yesterday.
This is exactly what the forecast said today. Cloud cover in the morning, and after about 3 o'clock we should see some more sunshine. Ruan Pretorius is coming on from the Mardyke Walk end to bowl the first over from the top end of the ground. Delaney on strike.
It's strange how the captains decide which end they're going to start at. Sometimes it's because they want to start from that end, and sometimes it's because they want to finish from the other end.
Nicely played by Delaney. Just waited for that ball to come to him. Gets the single to deep cover. Well, Damgar has lasted longer than he did yesterday. He was out in the first over yesterday. Today 11 not out after just 4 deliveries.
Yes, today he's shared the first over with his partner. Yesterday he faced all 6 balls and then got out in his 7th.
And that's a swing and a miss. Was there a little edge on that?
It sounded like a noise. Now, whether it was the ball off bat or something else there, but there was a noise of something anyway.
Just
Not
looking
entirely sure.
Looking at the body language of Damgar, I think he thinks he might have hit that. Love to see that one again.
Also the body language of the keeper. It's like a man who felt he could have got to it.
Full
Wow.
toss. That came on to him very quickly and miscued it back to the bowler. No run.
Given as a no ball above the waist, full toss. And Aidan Seavers signals the free hit. That one seemed to take Damgar by surprise, as it would.
He's a big boy, but that was heading for just below his chin strap, I'd say. And this one he has a good swing at, but it's straight to deep mid-on for a single. moving him to 12. The score to 17 for no wicket.
Yes, we know it happens, but the front foot no ball, especially these days with the free hit, can be so costly for the sake of an inch or two.
Nicely struck off his hips, full toss to Delaney, crashed away to the boundary at backward square leg.
Cracking shot that. Really got hold of it. Just comes down. You see it on his hip as quickly as he did. Just flicked it away off his legs. No fielder was going to catch that or even follow it.
So far in this T20 series, 2 wins for the Warriors. Good ball, great lift, and 2 defeats for the Lightning.
Well, not an ideal start to the festival or even to the tournament for Leinster. But one has to remember, whilst they're missing a rake of experienced players, they've brought in some youth and they're trying to expose these players to this level of competition. Not always about the winning and losing.
Very nicely, just edged away by Delaney intentionally, no slip in place, and that's galloped away to the boundary for 4. 25 for no wicket after 2.
Well, that went very well for Delaney, showing he's more than just big hits. Lovely subtle, just run it down to third, take your runs, and he got 4 from that.
So Tom Mays to continue from the Sunday's well end. 13 coming off his first over, 11 off Pretorius's first over. It's a good start for the Reds. And this left-right combination will keep the fielding side guessing.
He'll be looking to push this one across the right-hander.
And a miscue from Damgar, hitting it straight to Matt Humphreys at mid-on. No run.
You can see from the way the field is set, he has the 2 deep fielders on the leg side. If Damgard can pierce the ring on the offside, it's going to run away to those boundaries down the hill. Everything in his favour on the offside. So you may see stump-to-stump bowling here from Mays.
Short delivery. Didn't quite get up above the very tall Damgar's shoulder.
I think Damgard was caught in 2 minds as to how high that was going to bounce, and in fact we saw evidence of that in the first game today with the Leinster Lightning and the Northwest Warriors, where a few, especially outside what is Damgard's leg stump, there seemed to be a spot there where it just shot through.
Now that was down the leg side, and it's gone for 4, so 5 wides to be added to the total. 30 for no wicket, 2.2 overs. Great start for Munster Reds, who've got to a quarter of their total of yesterday, and we've only started really.
Well, Mays pushing that one in with a bit more effort, and that bit more effort not only took it past the batsman, it took it past the keeper and rattled into the boundary. 5 extras so early on, not ideal.
And that one was asking to be hit, but again Damgar frustrated with himself for miscuing an opportunity on that occasion.
Well, another thing to note was how short Mays pitched that, and yet it didn't get up as far as Damgard, or in fact anyone thought it would. Just a sort of little hop on the bounce rather than any great height. It sat up to be hit, but Damgard's timing just slightly off for that.
And that one was going down the leg side. Wraps the Dane on the pads.
Well, you can see he's backing away, trying to give himself room. He knows that if he can pierce that field on the offside or lift it over them, that's the safest way to collect runs and big runs.
Skipper Rock calling for 20 for 2. I think he means 30 for 2, but he wants 2 quick wickets here. And he got inside the line of that one and turned it to backward square leg for a single. Damgard moving on to 13. Delaney on 11. I think if you'd asked Tyrone Kane if 30 for no wicket off 3 overs would be a good start, I think he would have taken that.
Very much so. And again, the important part here is no wickets down. Good opening stand has proved vital in all the games we've seen here this week.
Oh, Delaney was close to that one. Nice bit of lift from Mays to end his second over. None for 19 off them. 31 for no wicket, the score after 3 overs. Damgard on 13, Delaney on 11.
Well, 31 for 0 off 3. Munster Reds will certainly feel that they've made a big step forward compared to yesterday. And although it's early to say that it's justifying the choice to bat first, it certainly is going well for them at the moment.
Change of bowling now for the Knights. Matt Foster to come on at the top end, the Mardyke walk end. So just 1 over for Pretorius.
No let up really.
And good idea from Damgard, just letting that one go through. Have a look at the bounce and the pace of this wicket from this end. He's had the lion's share of the strike, has Damgard. But a new bowler, a new set of problems to deal with. The right hand over the wicket to the left-hander. And that one seemed to keep a bit low as it went through to keeper Neil Rock.
Bounce becoming more variable perhaps as time goes on with this wicket. This is the seventh innings we've seen on this wicket now. Mind you, looking around the ground and indeed at the wickets, the groundsmen here have done a fabulous job.
That's gone high and it won't carry to the boundary, and it's caught down at backward square leg by Morgan Topping, and the first wicket goes. Damgard couldn't resist. He had a swing at that one, but the top edge means he's out for 13, and the first wicket goes down at 31 for 1 in the 4th over. Foster with the breakthrough.
You got the feeling that those previous 2 deliveries from Foster, which went across Damgard, well, he was starting to feel like he needed to hit one, and he thought this was the one to go for. Pulls it round, but just off the top edge of the bat, and gets far more elevation than he would have wanted, and far less distance. Just at the 30-yard circle, nice catch, and he's gone to that catch by Morgan Topping, and Foster has the enviable figures of 1 for none off .3.
Good start if you can get it. And joining Delaney now is Murray Cummins, who often opens the batting for the Reds, but today coming in first down. Man who plays with the Hills. Fine cricketer, capable of winning a match on his own. And another left-hander who will have to face the right armour across, coming over the wicket, bowling across him. Slip has come in. Ruan Pretorius standing very deep beside Neil Rock. He didn't really play at that one, Cummins. Had a good look. Foster getting some very good bounce out of this wicket. It may well be in its fourth match in 2 days, but it's holding up well. Oh, superb stop. That's great work there at backward point by Jason van der Merwe, one of the new players who's come in to the Northern Knights team for this T20 series.
Jason, a member of the CIYMS club that were taking part in the European Cricket League earlier pre-season. Very successful time for him.
That's a fine shot. Should get 2 runs here, Cummins. Well, they've been cautious with their running, just the one. Tyrone Cone rather, getting onto it quickly at deep point. Cummins getting off the mark with that single. And at the end of 4 overs, 32 for 1, just a halt in the march of the Reds, with that over of Foster proving not just good in a runs per over point of view, but also with the breakthrough.
Well, he fielded the last ball of the last over. He's been given the ball now. Tyrone Cohen. He'll be bowling to Murray Cummins.
Yeah, Tyrone Cone, also from the CIYMS club, coming on from the Sunday's Well end of the ground, bowling to Cummins. Full toss, straight to Cade Carmichael in the covers, no run.
Well, that one seemed to be more steered than hit. Again, cautious of the full toss, very easily just to pop that one up to the fielder.
Chipped into the backward square leg area. Again, just a single. Theo van Workum running around from square to keep them down to 1.
Again, high quality ground fielding being demonstrated by the Northern Knights already. Not wishing to give away any more runs than absolutely necessary.
And Gareth Delaney has faced just 7 deliveries out of 4.2 overs. So starved of the strike. But he's made a good start to his innings. There's a little adjustment in the field for him. Cover square on the offside and at wide mid-on on the leg side. And he cracks that, but it's straight at Pretorius, who picked it up like it was just hit to him gently. Good bit of fielding. It was a hard hit ball.
Absolutely kept his eye on it, running across the square the whole way. made it slightly easier, but he did make it look nonchalant.
That's a cracking hit from Delaney, but the cover fielder is there. It's just a single. Van Workum just coming around from square point. Delaney moves to 12.
Well, that was good to see from Delaney. The previous ball he'd hit straight at the fielder. So just made that slight adjustment. Beat the fielder this time. Running out towards the outfield.
Nicely played by Cummins. He just waited for that and played it off his legs. Glanced to 45 degrees for a boundary. Showing his batting prowess there. Lovely hands.
And importantly, not trying to overhit it, but just get the right timing and just flicked it away.
The left-right combination always causes problems for the bowlers. Have to constantly readjust their line and their length. Cone continuing over the wicket to the left-hander. Well, that one could have gone anywhere. It was off the inside edge.
He had his hands so far away from his body there. The bat, well, as you say, from that edge it could have gone anywhere. As it was, just ends up as a dot ball. And the end of the 5th over.
And it's 38 for 1 with Delaney on 12, Cummins on 6. And that was a good opening over from Tyrone Cone. Went for just 6 runs. Well, Foster, 1 for 1 in his first over. The man who's made the breakthrough and broken the opening partnership of Damgard and Delaney. Continuing now from the Mardyke Walk end.
Well, if he repeats the last over, his captain will be exceptionally happy.
Nice soft hands from Delaney. But straight to Van der Merwe at backward point.
Yes, Van der Merwe, he was the leading run scorer in the European Cricket League held in Spain this year, representing his club.
Good bowling again from Foster, just varying his lengths and asking questions of the batters.
Well, I'll find it hard to premeditate shots when he's making so many changes to his line length and pace. Never quite sure what's coming down towards you. But it won't faze Gareth Delaney.
Delaney trying to give himself room, but again the lift off back of a length causing him problems. It's great bowling this from Foster. Just 1 run conceded in 9 deliveries so far.
He's also lucky in that he's being backed up so well by his fielders that they're snuffing out any chance of drop and runs or pushed singles, and it will create its own pressure.
And that's in the air, but it's fallen between the 2 fielders. A little bit fortunate for Delaney. Matt Humphreys and Theo van Workum were closing in on that one, but didn't quite go to hand. So just a single for Delaney. Goes to 13 off 13, bringing Cummins on strike.
Oh, yes, indeed. Delaney very fortunate there. It looked for all world that one of the 2 of them would actually go for it and get it. As it was, it fell to the turf.
Again, well-placed field. It's Tom Mays at short third who prevents the run as Cummins tried to guide it down between the 2 men inside the circle. Last ball of the second Foster over. And it beats Cummins outside the off stump. Another brilliant over from Matt Foster. One off the first, one off the second. 2 overs for 2 runs. And in T20 cricket, that is gold.
Absolutely, he's doing such a fabulous job. 39 for 1 now after 6.
39 for 1 the score after 6 overs. And now it's John Kenny to take over.
Well, these two are putting in a solid base for the Munster Reds. A far more promising start than they suffered yesterday. They welcome him back to the box. John Kenny. Afternoon, John.
Afternoon, Craig. Afternoon, everybody. Beautiful, bright, sunny day now. That's Scammell. And I've passed us by. Scammell, the Irish for clouds, passed us by. It's a few wispy ones around, but weather is set fair now for the rest of the day. This is a good contest so far. 39 for 1 after 6. Delaney elevated up the order. Murray Cummins coming in. The dismissal of Damgard for 13. And Tyrone Cohen to continue then from the Sunday's well end. Tries to catch it. Oh, it's just gone over the fielder's head. Oh, about 2 foot over the fielder's head, but Munster will take that all the way. Flat 6.
Well, Cohen just leaving this one in the slot for Delaney. He freed up his arms, cleared his front foot, and just cleared the fielder. Well, it doesn't matter whether you just clear or clear by 20 yards. The result's the same. 6 runs.
It should be another 4 as well. 1 stop, hop for 4. 10 off the last 2 deliveries. Delaney, we know, he holds the bat in a rather unusual way. With his 2 hands pretty much up the top of the handle. So that gives him extra leverage and extra leverage for the shot. But that was another quality shot from him.
This one hit a lot straighter. Just lifted it, powered it down to the sight screen. 1 bounce, 4. Nice fielding there by Humphreys.
It's a good shot for no runs.
Yes, the quality of the fielding by the Northern Knights so far, top notch.
Better than we saw from Leinster earlier on. We were talking about how much of a cohesive unit they looked, but it kind of fell apart in the latter part of the previous match in terms of their fielding. That's not great fielding either. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. But I was out in the middle earlier on doing the toss and walking back. He's actually quite rutted across the ground here as well. Those players are out there all wearing spikes, as you said. This is the 7th game we're playing now of 8 and 2 more tomorrow. So we've got 10 games. There's the shot again. Nicely played all along the ground. Should have been cut off perhaps. But there's a lot of humps and hollows out there as well. Plus, the ground is rutting up because of the spikes. It's a pretty short boundary down here as well, Sunday's well, and at the other end as well. You can just stand in the middle and you get a sense of perspective. Left and right, not too bad. It's just straight boundaries, actually quite short.
50 up for the Munster Reds now. They'll be pleased to have got to that score with the loss of just 1 wicket. And this the 7th over. Tyrone Cohen, well, he's gone for 21 off 11 balls so far.
That's nicely played, nicely bowled. Good cricket. Just ball reared up at Murray Cummins, and that ends that, the 7th over. And then at the end of 7, it's 55 for 1. Having won the toss and decided to bat, I said that could be the end of Tyrone Cohen for the time being.
Well, a lot of runs coming to the Munster score in that over. Moving from 39 for 1 to 55 for 1. Well, that's what Munster need. They're putting in this base now, going along at just under 8 and over. They'd love to be able to continue that all the way through to about the 15th and then power on from there. But again, the best way to slow this rate down for the Northern Knights will be to remove one or both of these batsmen. And a change of bowling now from the Mardyke walk end. That'd be Matty Humphries. Well, that one a little short. Punched out on the offside for just a single. And with Delaney coming down to face now, 2 men on the leg side boundary, no longer in the power play. There's a boundary rider on the offside as well. And a man at deep long on. That's the man he's gone looking for. 2 of them are after it. It falls between them.
It's fortuitous there. The ball was in the air a long time, but 2 players descending on it couldn't get to it. A couple of other games on today we're interested in. The final of the World Test Championships on the Oval today. Australia against India. Australia are batting. India putting them in to bat. They're 212 for 3. Sri Lanka, who will be one of Ireland's opponents. Let's pause here. Oh, it's a good shot. Open over cover. All the way to the boundary. Maybe lent into that one. And 4 to the total. It's a lovely shot. One of the shots of the day.
Once again showing that sometimes a good cricket shot doesn't need to be manufactured. And that one was a beautiful drive. Down on one knee. Didn't even attempt to run. He knew as soon as it left his bat it was going for 4.
And they're down to the hedges out of our view on the left hand side. They're searching frantically for that ball. Change of gloves for Gareth Delaney as well while all that's going on, you can see. So give us a chance to update some of those scores. Sri Lanka, who will be in Ireland's group in the World Cup qualifiers later on this month, have beaten Afghanistan quite handily as well in the 3rd ODI. Bowled them out for 116 and won by 9 wickets, 120 for 1 with, well, they only got them in 16 overs. That was a very terrible result for Afghanistan, but Ireland would know that Sri Lanka will be on top of their game. Earlier today, Leinster bowled out for 99. Northwest Warriors winning by 81 runs out 180 for 7 in reply 99 all out. So not a good day for Leinster. In fact, not a good couple of days for Leinster if they've lost their opening 2. Knights won the first game. Munster hammered in their first. Defending champions. It's a good idea actually to bring Delaney up the order. He can come in and free his arms early on. And certainly he does hit a big ball.
Well, when you open with Damgard and Delaney, you're expecting fireworks, and it does give the Munster Reds the chance of a great start, or if one of them falls, still a good start, and that's what they have here. 62 for 1 in this, the 8th over.
Yeah, they came together to score on 31 in the 4th. So pushing the score on nicely, taking the odd boundaries when it comes. Shots like that, just pumping it into the offside, taking the single. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Munster Reds are the IP 50 champions, rather than Leinster, who are the champions, the IP 20 champions. Northwest Warriors before that, and then the Lightning, Northern Knights. Has been spread around a few of the provincial sides over the last couple of years, and that's, well, you can hear the clunk in the trees. He just turned on that, Murray Commons, and just helped it on his way, and that was going many a mile before it hit the tree and then bounced down back into play.
Well, Humphreys with his left arm around, and he's just left that where Cummins can swivel on it, and he's knocked it beautifully into that tree. The tree thankfully returned the ball, and that was with 8 done then. The score has moved on 69 for 1.
Spat it out like a cat would spit out a fur ball. More update on those crickets. Anyway, the Zimbabwe tour for Ireland in Harare for those World Cup qualifiers. 18th of June is the opening match, but Ireland involved on the 19th against Oman. Then they have Scotland, Sri Lanka, who won today against Afghanistan in one of those warm-up matches. The UAE, top 3 from those 5 into the Super Sixes. Delaney crashes that away. There's somebody out there on cover though. Just beat the single. And the top 2 will then qualify for the World Cup along with the 8 nominated teams who've already quote-unquote pre-qualified because of the world rankings. And I can bet you if a team like India were down at number 9, they'd still be in the World Cup, but I digress. Pretorius back now. Looking for a change in the field. It's come up short third. Pulled away. Fielder is down there. Good cover so far for the Knights.
Well, they're showing a good standing of fielding in the outfield as well as the infield. And they've a very similar field to the way they were yesterday. And now Gareth Delaney, the right-hander. They do have a man in on the single on the offside, but also plenty of cover on the boundary.
Oh, Delaney was lucky there. Big, thick inside edge. Almost nicked through to his leg stump. Got away with it.
And again, fine fielding. Morgan topping down there, making sure it doesn't slide away. Nothing worse for a bowler. He's beaten the batsman. And then it just runs away anyway for a 4. It can be so disappointing and disheartening. Pretorius going well.
Oh, Delaney slips up. That's the end of the chance for 2. In fact, my apologies, it was Cummins who slipped. He certainly was looking for the 2 there as the 2 fielders descended upon the ball, but he slipped at the bowler's end, and that was the end of that.
Well, I don't know if he's wearing full studs, but just went down very low just to tap his bat inside the crease and then lost his footing.
Tries to catch it, they should, and that's the end of big hitting Delaney. And in fairness to Pretorius, he set men down there on the boundary rope on that offside. That's where Delaney loves to hit them, and also straight. But on this occasion, straight down the throat of the fielder. Gareth Delaney perishes on 32 after 22 deliveries. The score 8.4 over so far, and they're 73 for 2 now. And that was a partnership of 42.
Another good partnership for the Reds. As you say, Pretorius, he set his field, he set the trap, and Delaney, well, he went for the big shot. He was maybe just 5 more yards away from a big hit. Instead, he perished, out for 32. But it's a good run rate the Munster Reds have at the moment. They've got up to near the end of the 9th over. They'll be pleased with the way this is going. Partnerships of 31 and 42 getting underway.
Yeah, I think that's a good reason why they put Delaney up the order. 32 from 23 is a good effort, even on a small ground for a big hitter like him. So, captain has now arrived at the crease. Jerome Kane joining Murray Cummins out in the centre. Last ball then. In fact, they've moved Jerome Kane down the order. Conor Fletcher is coming in next to bat. Bit of surprise. That's nicely up on the toes. Fielded down there. Can't stop it. Or has he? Yes, he has. It actually rolled on top. He didn't know where the ball was for a second. That's the end of that over. 9 down. 75 for 2. The reason for a little bit of confusion out in the middle there is that Conor Fletcher's come on with no number on. So Tyrone Kane usually wears number 4. And he would, of course, along with his coach, Jeremy Bray, made that decision to elevate Fletcher up the order.
Yeah, just a couple of changes in the batting order for the Munster Reds. Perhaps they've learned from yesterday. Perhaps they just want to try out different things. But no, that's very good from Munster. They're slowly building. Nothing too mad yet. Run rate of 8 1/3. But again, they're just putting in a good solid base here. They know they need to set the Knights a decent target to impose some scoreboard pressure later on.
Van Workegom, having caught Delaney in the outfield, is now coming on to bowl from the Mardyke walk end. If you're wondering why there's a little delay here, we've got somebody running across the ground to help one of the Northern Knight players who looks injured get over on an ankle. He's out in the deep, so even Seaver's just holding up play for the moment. Anyway, here's his first ball. Van Workom, who made his debut yesterday.
Very sensible by Cummins. He just pushed it into the leg side, take the single. Nothing else was on offer. That brings Fletcher onto face. And important again that he takes the runs that are on offer. Starts to build another partnership. Munster Reds really want to have wickets in hand coming into the last 6 overs or so.
Conor Fletcher, the 24, nearly 25. He'll be 25 on Friday, if I'm trying to work this out. Wednesday, yeah, Friday, 25 on Friday. He's from Zimbabwe. Only his second game. Fletcher. Theo van Workhorn from Christchurch, Canterbury, New Zealand. He's almost 30. A lot of these players don't actually qualify to play for Ireland, which some might think a bit strange that you're playing an interprovincial series which is seeing players upgrade to the Irish national team, but you have to do as well, you have to sprinkle them with some international players who don't, because you can't have the same players playing against each other all the time. You do need to have that variance. But 27 is quite a number from 4 provincial sides. Fletcher's shirt looks too big for him, doesn't it? It's just like he's just thrown it on. There's no number on the back of it. He hasn't tucked it in either. It's heading down towards beyond his midriff.
Has the added effect of making his legs seem shorter.
This is true. This looks like one of those taverners who's turned up late. It's nicely placed down to us. Oh, you can hear that crack underneath us. Where's that ball gone?
Under you.
Under me. All on the ground for 4. This is it again.
A little more aerial than he would have wanted, but it has the same effect. Once it beat the fielder at the ring, it just accelerated down to us here. And you heard the bang of it hitting the commentators.
What do you think? I made of wood. 10 overs down, 83 for 2. Yeah, just clipped the bottom of the chair. Anyone who's never played cricket before, it's a big, heavy stone.
We're going back to the number of non-Irish qualified players playing in this festival. It does raise the standard for the Irish players there. So there are pros and cons, 2 sides of the same coin.
What's your feeling?
Well, I wouldn't like to see a Champion League sort of fixed number of overseas players or non-Irish players playing. I like the flexibility of it, and I'm sure that the 4 provincial coaches are looking to produce players for the Irish team, even ahead of silverware for their province. So there are pros and cons, but at the moment, I think, especially with all the Irish players away at the moment, it does bring the standard up. And it does show the Irish players that they have to make a step up from club cricket.
Yeah, and if you see what's happening in English County Championship with the with Brexit, obviously, and the change of amount of players that are allowed from overseas to be playing in the County Championship, that avenue has been closed basically to the Irish players as well. So they're going to have to rely on this, the home series, rather than playing in County Championship, and that's a big thick edge, and it's going to run away for 4. Well, he may have a strange looking shirt on him, but he certainly knows how to whip a bat.
Yep, getting a good thick edge on that, letting it run down past where the slips would have been. Just almost uppercutting it with the edge, and it ran away. He wasn't sure it was going to make the boundary. He ran that first one very fast, but the ball beat the fielder.
That's easy, mate. Oh, just short, though, of the fielder out there. They'll come back for the second. Going to test the arm here. Oh, it's gone through. Fletcher would have really tested the arm had Neil Rock been able to collect that on the first hop, but kept low, went past him. And Humphrey's a bit expensive here now, 22 from 1.4 overs. And they're moved into the 90s now. Building a nice platform here. Delaney with that 32. Murray Commons is on 28 from just 20. Fletcher's batting nicely to 11 from 7.
We have a swarm of bees on the pitch.
Oh.
You can see them just to the right of the wicket. Players all taking cover, lying down.
I've never seen this before.
Massive swarm of bees just passing over the ground, heading towards the pavilion. You'll see people there now.
See them. Where can you see them?
Yep, they're just over by the tents now. If you look across the top of the tents, you can just see.
Yeah. Wow.
That is a big swarm, and
naked eye, that is just incredible. Well, I've never seen that before. Huge swarm of bees. I was wondering why everybody was hitting the deck.
It was almost like there'd been a thunderstrike. Or lightning strike, rather.
Well, now you know, folks. If you see a swarm of bees coming towards you, hit the deck as soon as you possibly can. Let them pass overhead. Well, they're minding their own business.
It's cleared the crowd from outside the pavilion anyway. Everyone taking shelter inside. The question is, where do they head next?
They're above the pavilion at the moment, we can see. They're heading our way, are they?
Yeah, if we do go quiet for a minute, you can take it.
John and I we'll be hitting the dirt as well.
But they're still on the pitch, down in front of that short boundary. Tom May's unable to move at the moment.
New Rock is back on his feet out in the centre. That's the pavilion you can see in the background away to our right hand side.
Yeah, look. In front of the scorers. I'm surprised they've kept that window open, to be honest.
Can they not go past the trees? That's the thing. Now the umpires and the two batsmen are now back on their feet as well outside. Bees stop play. That's the first time I've ever seen that one. Bees stop play. Have they gone?
Well, Tom Mays doesn't seem to think so. He stayed prone on the ground. He's now evacuating the area. If they start following him now.
It's part of nature, and there's no doubt about it. We do need bees for pollination, but they are dangerous when they're in a swarm like that. Obviously, just leave them alone, let them get about their business. They are tribal, and they will attack you to protect the other bees. It's very, very unusual. Bees stop play.
Well, they're still there over the ground. Yes, it's very rare to see the banner headline on your pictures of bees stop play. Usually you see something like that, you think Brentford Town have gone on strike.
Hey!
Well, people emerging from the pavilion now to have a look at the bees. They're obviously far enough away from the pavilion. Well, this will do nothing for the Northern Knights over rate, but I think the umpires will make allowances for bees. They're still there between us and the pavilion.
Oh, bless your eyesight.
Oh, thank goodness for my eyewear supplier.
Yeah, I can see that. They're actually down lower.
Well, there's nothing
Around that picket fence, isn't it? You can't see it on the camera there, but we can just about see it with the naked eye. If we get our cameraman actually, Collie, just to swarm around, just to move it around the camera to the right-hand side, you might be able to pick it up. Just down there.
It's just around there. But the umpires aren't going to resume until we're absolutely certain. Once again, we talk about player safety.
Yeah, there you can see them now, can't you?
You can
there
indeed.
You go. Very much in picture, in shot now, and they ain't budging.
Perhaps they're joining the queue for lunch.
Which is very nice, in fairness.
Absolutely.
We could be here for a while.
Well, who does this disruption favour more? The batsmen get a chance to recover from their running up and down. They'll have their breath back. But so will the bowlers. I don't know if it's the day to be wearing a high vis. Surely that would attract them.
So big stop play for the moment, so it gives us a chance to look at the batting and bowling figures if we can get them put up. There's one brave man. Busby. Munster Reds, anyway, having won the toss, decided to bat. So Damgar, the first man out for 13. Busy 13 from 15 deliveries. Gareth Delaney looked imperious at times, whacking the ball to all out parts of the ground, making 32 for 23. Set up the platform. Murray Cummins joined him. And then Conor Fletcher elevated up the order. 11 from 7 so far before everybody hit the deck out there and the bees took over. So they're looking at now at the bowling figures.
Well, Pretorius has bowled very well from his opening spell. 1 for 17 from his 2 overs. But certainly the standout at the moment, Foster, 2 overs, 2 runs and a wicket. What an economy rate to have. Whereas Humphreys, well, he's in this B interrupted over. There'll be 2 balls to come when they do resume, but already he's conceded 22 runs from 10 balls. And you see the supporters over at the pavilion, well, they're documenting the B stop play. No doubt that will be a video sent around the world.
Well, the conversations are going out in the middle, and you can't see that as we zoom around to the right-hand side to try and track those bees. There won't be a resumption until they're quite happy that things will be ready and safe for everybody concerned. We're just thinking of taking a break here, but maybe the umpires are getting together here about a resumption of play. Or maybe they're asking the players to come off. In fact, that's what they're doing now. So the players are heading to the dressing rooms. Very unusual. Normally it's the rain and the wind or a combination of all of those elements, but I've never heard that before. The bees stop play, tracked across the ground, and they've asked all the players to come off until everything is ship-shape and Bristol fashion and ready to resume. So Munster Reds, having put themselves into bat, will be trudging off at 91 for 2, 10.4 overs. We'll take a little break here before we resume play in this match between the Munster Reds and the Northern Knights. From John and Craig, for the moment, it's bye for now. And welcome back. Well, we've been buzzing around for the last while to get things sorted here. And we be thankful for the fact that we're actually resuming play now at 6:15. We were hoping for that Buzz Aldrin would pop in and maybe do a bit of commentary with us, but he wasn't available. So, John Kenny, Greg Senior with you to do commentary on this last rites of the Munster Reds innings. Now, what we've heard is this 12-over match, and there will be 2 balls to be played. 11-over match, yeah? Yeah. So there's 8 balls to go, yeah, so 12 overs. This one will complete the 11th over. Rune Pretorius is in front of us and just gave us the update. So 91 for 2 after 10.4 overs. It is a 12-over match, so they're going to finish these overs off. Murray Commons on 28. Fletcher on 11. So 1.2 overs left. Humphries to finish his second over. So, Craig, very unusual scenes here. Check out your social media page. That's up in the air, and that should be caught. The bowler's underneath it. Well, not much Fletcher could do about it. He just wanted to have a hike, and he's gone for 11. He was waiting an awful long time to play that shot.
Yes, a very long time between 7th and 8th ball. And Fletcher, of course, he's going to have to swing the bat. There are only 8 balls remaining in the innings, and with plenty of wickets in hand, you know that everybody who comes out is just going to swing for the fences now. Well, one of the more unusual interruptions of a cricket match. Luckily enough, the phone call was made and the beekeeper was brought in.
Super Mario from Swarm.ie. That's the wicket again. Down on one knee. Knows fine well that the bowler's going to catch that. Easy peasy. So third wicket goes down then. And brings Tyrone Kane, the captain, in at number 5. So the scenario here is that this is basically a weather delay. They've used those rules or laws of the game. Kane off the mark with a single, so there's 1 over to go. So the end of the 11th over, it's 92 for 3. 12-over match. So they've, Greg, used the weather rules. Can you explain some of that?
Well, the interruption, not an act of God, an act of nature, such as rain, snow, sleet, whatever, that would force the players from the pitch. And they've gone down that regs whereby it's a weather-affected game. And that's why they've now reduced it to a 12-over game. It's a bit unfortunate for the Munster Reds. They've already batted 10.2 overs, expecting to go on to 20. They have wickets in hand, but now they've been told, well, after those 2 deliveries, there's just 6 to go in this innings, and it's going to be helter-skelter from here on in.
There was a second scenario that if Super Mario hadn't done his business with those bees, we would have had a 5-over match starting at 10-7 our time. But as it is, he's done a great job, obviously clearing those bees out. Fascinating to watch it too. If you actually go onto my Twitter handle, at John Kenny Media, it'll show you how he actually got those bees into a box, how he captured the queen. Just shows you the power that human beings have over the rest of the planet. Extraordinary stuff. So last over to come then. Pretorius, 1 for 17 from his 2 overs so far. Bowls to Kane, it's in the air. And that's a little bonus for them. It's gone over short third and away for a boundary. So it's 96 for 3 now.
Exactly what Kane was looking for. Bit of room on the offside. Pretorius leaving this one a bit short. He just helped it on its way. Well, 4 off the first ball. He'll be hoping for more of the same, will Tyrone Kane.
Well, he certainly has done that. That's a big hit from Tyrone Kane. Rune Pretorius fell actually when delivery of the ball, and all he could do was turn around and see the ball sailing helplessly over his head. So 10 from 2 balls, and they've gone past 101 lofty blow.
Well, this is a super shot from Kane. He's not just flinging his bat. He actually comes down full swing, and it's actually cleared the fence and thudded into the tree on the Mardyke walk. It sounded like it had hit a car out there, actually.
That's where our cars are, isn't it?
Yes. Ours are slightly more to the right, thankfully. But a super shot and 10 off 2 balls, well, that'd be exactly what the Munster Reds are looking for. And crossing the psychological barrier in 3 figures.
So again, just to go back to what we're saying there about the weather laws, if there's a stoppage in play, you can lose overs, etc. They've applied all of that, right, really, with an unusual occurrence. If you weren't with us earlier, where a swarm of bees floated across the ground, we were wondering why the players and the umpires in particular had hit the deck. Craig, you spotted it. A swarm of bees going across the ground. They then settled on one of the picket fences on the far side. Nobody really wanted to go near them, so what they thought is that if they continued the play, they could continue the play because they were now dormant and swarmed. Tries to catch it, and he's out. He's got a nick on that. That's a good take down the leg side by the wicketkeeper, and Pretorius gets his man, having got a bit of tap before that. So Kane goes down swinging for 11 and scored 102 for 4.
Well, this is a super catch from Neil Rock. It's gone a long way down the leg side after getting a touch on the bat. Comes round off the gloves, and Rock with a super dive, and he picks up that, and as soon as Kane saw the catch, he was off. Fine 11 off 4 balls, and as I said, this is helter-skelter cricket now. 4-6 wicket, and now just 3 balls remaining for the Munster Reds and Matthew Ford.
Big hitter Matt Ford as well. Is that out? One are claiming it, not given. So just to go back to our weather, then the bees, when they decided that they could have played on, they were worried about the fact that the ball might thud into the picket fence, plus there was could have been a fielder down there. This is the last delivery. Might have been some kind of noise, but umpire decided that he didn't hit it. So that was the reason we were off for longer. Just making sure that everybody was safe. That's good bowling from Pretorius. A couple of dot balls to Ford. And he's gone. He's nicked it. So that's the second wicket in 3 deliveries. First Kane. And Pretorius now gets Ford for naught.
Well,
a big nick.
There has to be stuff thrown at the ball at this stage. Just a couple of balls left now, and there are still wickets in hand. But Pretorius, well, he's benefiting on one hand. On the other, he was dumped for a couple of quick boundaries at the start of the over. Yeah, the weather rules coming into action. I don't suppose anybody's written regulations for swarms of bees.
No, but they had to have some kind of regulation, so they followed the weather conditions, as you mentioned. So the second criteria then, if that hadn't been moved, or they hadn't been moved, or it was a later removal, they would have played a 5-over match starting at 10 to 7 hour time. So don't have to worry about that now, because this is the last rights. Nathan Maguire again up the order. Ahead of Ben White. Matt Ford is gone. Tyrone Kane's gone. Maguire's also a big hitter. Last ball then.
Another one.
Nicely played.
That's a super shot to the boundary. If you're going to finish on a last ball, you want a boundary, and that's what he did. Punched through the covers. And that's some over for Pretorius. He ends up with 3 for 31, having picked up 2 of those wickets in that last over, but also conceding 14 runs. So the final total for the Munster Reds, they finish on 106 for 5 off their 12 overs. And the Northern Knights, well, they'll be quite pleased to have restricted, and somewhat fortuitously, the Munster Reds. Murray Collins ends up with 28 from 20 deliveries. Gareth Delaney really did give them a good start with that 32 off 23. And then Fletcher and Kane, well, differing innings. Fletcher took 8 balls, Kane only took 4. They both ended up on 11. And then Matt Ford just feathering one through to the keeper, first ball. And Nathan Maguire coming in and finishing off the over and the innings with a glorious shot through the covers. 106.
There is the bowling figures. 3 for 31. couple of quick wickets in that last over for Pretorius. That'll have helped his figures no end. Foster takes one, and Humphreys caught and bowled Fletcher in the penultimate over. So that's how we stand. We're going to have a 10-minute break, folks, and then we'll conclude this game. Thankfully, it's all over, bar the shouting and the bees. Munster Reds, 12 overs, 106 for 5. And they won the toss, elected to bat. So 107 is required from 12 overs. And we will resume in 10 minutes' time. Is that the... Oh, it's 129 to win now. It's because they've done it on Duckworth Lewis.
They've made the
Stayern.
adjustments.
Yeah, they made the adjustment. So that has changed. So that's the match summary, but that's not actually how it's going to do. So 129 to win. And now you know fine well that it's been very difficult on... We thought it was initially the Munster Reds, but they've now got an extended target to defend.
Well, over 10 and over required now by the Northern Knights. They'll be confident of chasing that down in such a small game. 12 overs to get it. But, yeah, it's only... I mean, that's the correct, or as much as we can get correct, total for them to be given. They went 11 overs thinking they were going to be batting for 20. They were saving their wickets. They weren't going hell for leather from word go, which the Knights can do.
But then when that begs the question, why would they come in and just bat again when they're just given a total? But there you go. That's for another day. So it's 129 to win, 128 is their official score. That's what they actually posted, 106 for 5, but it's been adjusted, 129 for victory. We'll take a little break and we'll be back shortly with the reply.
And you're welcome back to the Mardyke for the conclusion of this second game of the day. The Munster Reds against the Northern Knights. Munster Reds, well, they made just over 100, but the target for the Northern Knights on the DLS system is 129 for victory, which is a fair old target, 10.75 per over for the 12 overs that they've got. And it's going to be Liam McCarthy to open the bowling for the Reds from the Sunday's Well end. Well, Craig, some big news today. The draw for the Bob Kerr and National Cups was made.
Well, there's some good ties in there. The Hills will be hosting Estonians. Pembroke will host Balbriggan. That's possibly tie of the round, although Warringstown will entertain either Merrion or YMCA. And in another all-Leinster affair, Leinster will host Phoenix. Some cracking ties in there.
All to look forward to in the coming weeks. And here we go with 5 wides. Bad start for the Munster Reds. A loosener from McCarthy. Adair on strike, Pretorius at the other end. The target, as you can see, 129.
Well, sometimes you have a loosener, and that's what Liam McCarthy did here. It went well wide of the keeper. He had no chance. This one just played out in the offside then, and first run off the bat.
So, tell me, Craig, with a reduced number of overs, 12, what is the limit on the bowlers and what is the story on the power play?
Well, I think for 12 overs you're going to end up with 5 bowlers, so 2 of them will have 3 overs and the rest will be limited to 2 overs. We'll check that with the scorers later, of course, but that's my understanding of it. Oh, that's a good ball from McCarthy. That really jagged back at the batsman.
Yeah, he really jumped and caught Pretorius. Went straight to the fielder at backward point, Nathan Maguire.
Well, McCarthy would be a lot happier with this delivery. He got some really good movement off the seam. It came through and really cracked into Pretorius's hip.
Just 2 men out for the power play. One on the leg, one on the off. And that's gone to the deep square leg, but it's cut off by the man on the single. So just a run for Pretorius gets him off the mark. 2 off the bat, 5 extras in a total of 7 halfway through the first over, and what's going to be a wham bam thank you man sort of reply from the Northern Knights, who are looking to get their second win in 2 games. That's sliced away over the goal, over the wicketkeeper for 4.
Well, it's
Finish edge.
hard to set a field for that sort of shot, and we're going to see plenty of bat swings here now. Every single ball is going to be important. Only 72 balls in this innings to get 129. But they're off to a good start. McCarthy now with those 5 wides and this boundary, plus a couple of singles, and already the score has raced up to 11.
And still 2 balls to go in the over. Better delivery, pitched up, played very correctly by Adair. And that's the kind of bowling really that Liam McCarthy needs to concentrate on.
Very hard when you're searching for that Yorker. You get it slightly wrong. It could just be in the slot and could disappear back over his head or over the keeper's head. That's the way this batting is going to go now.
Great straight drive, beats the man at mid-on. And that's a wonderful boundary for Adair. 15 off the first over. A great start for the Knights.
They've got to keep this up, though, for quite a number of overs, and that's where difficulty could be. But that was a cracking shot. On drive, straight down the ground. Now it'll be interesting to see which bowlers Munster decide to use for this shortened game. We do have Gareth Delaney there with his leg spin. Will they risk him? It could pay off either way. He could pick up a couple of wickets, but he could also go for runs today, especially with the intent of the Northern Knights batsman now.
Well, the Munster Reds have got a player out there wearing number 1, which doesn't appear on our list of runners and riders. It's Josh Manley wearing number 1. Normally wears number 28, but for this bowling anyway, he's wearing number 1. He's the one coming in from the Mardyke walk end. And that's cracked away by Pretorius. Nobody at cover. And 4 runs. The Knights mean business.
Well, there's certainly some serious intent here. They want to get there in sooner than 12 overs by the look of it. But they certainly want to get ahead of the rate. They don't want it to be in doubt going later on. But again, if the Munster Reds can just somehow take a couple of wickets.
Boundary off the first ball, and it looks like it's going to be a boundary off the second as well. Just
Pulled up
just
inside.
held up brilliantly, chased down. It's going to be 3 though, and that's a lot of pressure on Manley now, having given up 7 runs off just 2 deliveries.
Well, Northern Knights, we knew they'd go off quickly, but 16.5 is a very quick rate to go to, and they've managed to bring that rate down already, down towards 10.
Very gettable today. Blue skies. Pitch seems to be playing quite well. That's turned into the gap between backward square and mid-wicket. Single to the total for Rossadair.
Well, once again, Rossadair conserving some energy, just jogged through that one, just took the single. He's confident in his partner, and he knows they're ahead of the rate at the moment.
Yes, good start for the Knights. 23 in the second over. And another adjustment. Manley sending Murray Cummins to deep, wide mid-on position. There's 2 men out now on the leg side. And that's well saved in the covers. Good diving stop there.
Well, that shows the level of commitment the Munster Reds are going to have, because these batsmen aren't going to be trying to push things through the circle. They are trying to smash this ball.
Gareth Delaney saving a few runs there for Josh Manley. And that's crashed down the ground, but again it's a good stop, restricting the Knights to just 1. Score moves to 25 for no wicket.
More good fielding from the Munster Reds. Good feature. They're going to need all of it now. As we come to the end of the second over out of these 12.
Well, for those of you who might be joining this run chase late, we're into the second over of 12, as you can see there beside the score, because the match had to be reduced because of a swarm of bees that came very close to the pavilion and prevented play from continuing for about an hour and a half this afternoon. That's the over up. 2 gone. 25 for no wicket. Great start for the Knights. Adair on 11, Pretorius on 9.
10 off that over. Again, another big help for them. There's going to be a change of bowling now at the Sunday's well end. And Nicola Damgard coming on with spin. As I said, it's a risky strategy, but it may just pay off for Munster. A bit of a flatter bowler than Gareth Delaney in his leg spin, so perhaps a wise decision for the Munster captain.
For Damgar, the two boundary fielders are at wide mid-on and mid-on, but an inside-out shot sends it over the covers. Tyrone Kane in chase, just two this time for Rossiter.
Nice shot again. He's willing to go aerial because he knows there's nobody outside the ring there.
Better delivery from Damgar.
Push that one through a bit. Did a dare for speed, really.
Over the top. Lovely shot to the wide extra cover boundary. Fine hit by Adair, using his feet well. And he moves to 17.
You get the feeling Ross Adair more comfortable playing this shot than anything cross back. Just opens out, gets his front foot out of the way. And again, as I say, once he clears the ring, it's only going to run away to the boundary.
Both of the boundary fielders, as we said, on the leg side, so there's no cover on the offside. And that's uppish, but it's flashed past the diving attempt at the stop. It's another boundary for Adair. And look at that score already. 35 for no wicket. Great start for the Knights.
Well, this is a good effort from Murray Cummins to get to it. But it just flies out of his reach and then just races away unaccompanied to the boundary.
And a bit of chatting going on at the bowler's end. Just wondering how they can stem the flow of runs here. Damgar has gone for 10 already, or 4 deliveries. Already McCarthy went for 15 in his first over, Manley for 10. It's carnage.
Well, that's what makes it exciting. Lots of big hits.
And they're dropping one fielder back on the cover boundary. Nathan Maguire moving back there. Delaney at deep mid-on. They've brought in the fielder from the cow corner. And that's straight up and over. That's a big hit. Hits the net behind our commentary position. Carry there of about 75 yards. And a maximum for Adair, who is taking Damgar apart. Beautiful use of the feet.
You'd think the Northern Knights, well, they're in a rush for something because they're not hanging around here. And at the moment, the Munster Reds are having trouble finding any way to curtail this flow of runs.
Better delivery that time, got a little bit more lift, and the shot from Adair straight to backward point, no run, and 3 overs gone, only 3, 41 for no wicket, and that was the extent of the partnership that started off the innings for the Munster Reds, but only 3 overs taken to get there. And they need just 88 now to win off 54 balls.
Well, they're closing that gap between runs to win and balls remaining very quickly at this stage. It's been tough for the Munster Reds. There have been a couple of aerial balls, but nowhere in the vicinity of fielders. It's not like any chances have been put down. This has been some good, clean hitting by the Northern Knights, Pretorius and Adair.
Ian McCarthy's going to come on from the Mardyke Walk end for his second over. Little swish at that from Pretorius. Trying to lift it over the wicket-keeper, Conor Fletcher.
McCarthy using a bit of pace there. It's a lovely evening here this evening.
quite fresh. Good breeze behind McCarthy, and again the hit and the miss from Pretorius. Couple of dots from McCarthy, that will encourage the Reds.
Well, McCarthy's certainly enjoying the switch of ends. His first over going for 15. He switches ends and his first 2 balls are dot balls.
Both boundary fielders on the leg side. One square, one at wide mid on. That's a short ball wide down the leg side. A diving stop from Fletcher to prevent more wides. So just the one. And it's 42. Without loss.
Well, that's not going to improve McCarthy's mood at all. Not only giving us a wide, but also giving us one for the over. Well, does that take away the short ball from his armoury? I don't think so.
Very cleverly played by Pretorius. He could see that one coming and he just moved to the offside and lifted it over the leg for a 1 bounce boundary as the runs keep coming here for the Knights.
Well, without the short ball in his armoury, McCarthy going a bit full up, but Pretorius, well, it was just a flick really. Didn't swing round at it or anything, just swung the bat, flicked it round the corner for a delicious 4.
That's up in the air, but I think it's gone high and handsome. Yes, that's going to be a 6. Off the top edge, McCarthy looks at the ground, wondering what he can do. 50 reached in just the 4th over by the Knights. They're almost halfway to the target.
Does go to show you what sort of score is possible. I mean, they've gone racing off 52 for 0 off 22 balls, 50 partnership, and now that runs required has dropped to 77, and there are still 50 balls to go. So this is excellent hitting, and by and large clean hitting by the Northern Knights.
Yeah, no chances yet for the Munster Reds. McCarthy just waiting for a ball to return. They're picking another one as Paul Reynolds brings out the box.
I'm actually surprised that the tennis club, people playing tennis, don't knock it back again. They've got the rackets. It's a high fence, but it's not too high.
And once it goes over there, you wonder. We can hear plenty of tennis balls pocking about behind us. So the court's quite busy on this beautiful summer evening in the Mardyke in Cork, on the second day of this 3-day festival of Rario T20 Interprovincial Championship Cricket, coming to the end of the 4th match of 6. Well, that one has gone high and it's going to be called a wide.
McCarthy not happy.
Pretorius wants it to be a no ball, and the umpire's conferring, and he has called it a no ball. Sam Hollingshead at square leg, seeing that the ball went over head height.
Well, it doesn't get any better for the Munster Reds. Because it's a no ball, they now have a free hit, and this will be the 7th ball of the over.
Well, McCarthy will be trying to keep this well away from Pretorius's bat. And it's another wide. 2 wides and a no ball in this over, plus 2 boundaries. Turning into a bit of a nightmare this for the Reds.
Well, the free hit carries over. This is becoming a long over for Liam McCarthy. As you say, he's trying to hide that ball from the batsman and his bat.
That's nicked the bat of Pretorius, but it's gone away down the leg side past the dive of Conor Fletcher for 4. In fact, its leg byes are given. Umpire Aidan Sievers at the far end. And the Knights won't mind how they come. Extras, runs, they'll take them any way they can.
Well, 58, and we haven't even reached the end of the fourth over yet.
Ninth delivery of this over coming up. And that's hit straight to mid-off. And thankfully a dot ball to end the over. After 4. 58 for no wicket. Adair on 27. Pretorius on 19. And the Reds desperate for a wicket.
Well, the Northern Knights are going to be absolutely delighted with the way this has gone. You see each Manhattan. Well, the Manhattan in the last over has certainly given them a big advantage over the Munster Reds. Well, who do they get to bowl now? Tyrone Kane hands over the ball. It certainly won't be Nikolai Damgard for this over. He went for 16 in the one over he's had.
Now it's Josh Manley switching ends, trying his luck from the Sunday's well end. And now the question is, how can they find a way to break this partnership? 58 for no wicket after 4 overs. Extraordinary hitting. And it has to be said, some inaccurate bowling too from the Reds, who've given up 12 extras already, including 7 wides and a no ball.
Well, that many wides already just from 4 overs.
Out of the power play now. 4 on the boundary. And that's off the toe end of the bat to third man. Just a single. Just a single. That's a rare comment indeed in this inning.
We haven't said that too much. Manley, who went for 10 in his first over, he's now switching ends as well.
Sound of that. Smashed away backward of square by Pretorius for another boundary. And their score moves into the 60s. 129 the target.
Well, at the moment they're making that look as small as a postage stamp. Cracking that one into the Munster Reds tent.
And another short ball pulled away towards the players' tents. Another boundary for Pretorius. And they're past the halfway mark in this run chase with just 4.3 overs gone. Pretorius moves to 27.
Well, neither batsman is hanging around. And the bowlers are wondering just how can they stem this flow of runs. If you like boundaries, well, this is the game to be watching. Of course, the Northern Knights, we know, can swing for the boundaries after yesterday's performance when they put 236 up against Leinster. Well, they won't be doing that tonight, but they'll be chasing down this target of 129 exceptionally quickly.
With 10 wickets in hand, it's hard to see anything but a Knights victory here. But the first thing the Reds have to do is break the partnership, which is the second biggest of this festival so far.
Well, that's
a little bit slower that time.
Very intelligent bowling from Manley. It takes, I tell you, when batsmen are in this mood, it does take some nerve to throw down a slower ball. If you get it wrong or he spots it, it can get ugly quickly. But on this occasion, It was worth trying, and he's taken that one away. A dot ball, as I say, they're as rare as today, and especially in a 12-over game.
Oh, it's a catch.
Oh, he's got him.
taken it. Caught and bowled off the splice of the bat, but the umpire hasn't raised his finger yet. Manley claiming he got it. We'll have to see a replay to see, did he hang on here?
Both umpires conferring.
He certainly got the catch, but did it come off the bat? That's the next question.
Oh, I think the sound of the bat was there. The umpires are conferring. The umpires are asking the batsman.
Well, if it didn't come off the bat, it must have come off the helmet. And the officials have come out just to check if he's okay. Let's see it. Yeah, it's off the helmet. Hit him right in the front of the helmet. The question is, did it touch the bat on the way up?
Well,
the umpire says no, not out.
And what was a fine catch by Manley. He made a lot of ground, had to change direction. He got there, managed to keep the ball off the ground, all in vain. All in vain.
So just 62 required, 43 balls remaining. And we know on this ground that is very gettable, especially with wickets in hand. But some encouragement for Manley at least. It's the nearest we've come to a wicket so far. And that's pulled away, but it will be stopped at the boundary by Ben White. Just a single this time. 10 off that over, which is pretty good in the context of the match so far. 5 overs gone, 68 for no wicket. Adair and Pretorius both on 28.
Well, 10 off the over. It still keeps the Northern Knights well on track to reach this target. Munster Reds did think that they had a chance there, but it had come off the helmet. And Northern Knights now, well, they're going to face the bowling of Ben White. And again, interesting, deploying the spinner here.
Well, they've got to try everything in their armoury. Nothing has worked so far. Big opening partnership this. But Pretorius is seeing the ball so well. Hard to see how the Knights won't just continue in the same vein. Tried the reverse sweep, didn't miss the stumps by much. Good ball.
More of reverse swipe than sweep. Wasn't the right length to be swept. Pretorius, well, he sees the two men there, but he also sees the open boundary.
That's gone high in the air. Is it going to be held at mid-on? No, it's out of the ground. Another 6 for Pretorius, his second of this innings. And score just gallops away into the 70s.
This one just, he gave himself some room. Bit of bounce on this occasion, causing Pretorius to lose his balance with the weight of the swing.
2 men backward of point on the single. And that's gone through everybody for 4 byes. Connor Fletcher unable to get his body behind that. And more free runs for the Knights, which they hardly need.
Well, that brings the extras, I think, to 16, and that's just too many in a 12-over game. It's free runs for the Northern Knights. It just ran away.
Slight delay as they fetch the ball from behind the sight screens. 78 without loss. We could be heading towards the first century partnership, opening partnership of this series. That was a better ball from White, which Fletcher just managed to stop.
Well, they're a little bit away from that century partnership. If they stay in, I wouldn't say it'd be too long before they reach it. That's a good ball from White.
Yep, Pretorius caught in two minds there, bringing an end to the cheapest over so far. Just 6 of that Ben White over. 78 for no wicket. 6 overs gone. We're halfway through the run chase, but there's only 51 needed. And after Craig, it'll be John Kenny to take you to the conclusion.
Well, the Northern Knights have gone into this chase with some serious intent. Pretorius, he's reached 34 and it's only taken him 24 balls. Adair's on 28 off 13, but the other figure to notice is the number of extras. There have been 16 extras in these first 6 overs. And now another spinner to come on, Gareth Delaney from the Sunday's Well End. Well, John, it's been a protracted game, but we're certainly seeing some action now.
Yeah, it's a run fest. Buzz buzz a diddle it. That's what stopped us early on. About an hour and a half for an unusual sight of a swarm of bees. Delayed us. 12 over match. 129 adjusted. Gareth Delaney, Irish International, coming on with leg spin, so we got spin at both ends. It was a situation where we had a bit of medium pace coming from both ends, but they decided to take the pace off the ball. But Adair and Pretorius look very, very comfortable out there. 78 for none. 6 overs of the 12 down, and 129 for victory. They look well set. He can leak runs sometimes, Gareth, but he's certainly going to be quite accurate too, and he does take wickets. Batted well. Opening the innings, elevated up the order, Gareth Delaney. Maybe the Irish selectors might be thinking about perhaps that Gareth should be up the order, maybe, or come in as a 3 or 4 pinch hitter. That's well bowled. Pretorius stepped across the stumps.
I don't know who's causing more problems for the batsman. Is it Delaney's bowling or the batsman himself premeditating to balls that he shouldn't? If he just relaxes and plays each one on its merits.
Well, let's crack down the ground. It should be a flat 6, yeah. It's a very short boundary. I was out there earlier on. I didn't realise how short it was, but anything that's hit with that kind of venom is going to fly over the bowler's head and straight for that 6 and 6 closer to the target.
Well, you see here, it's just the width. He allows the batsman, he frees his arms, plays a proper cricket hoik, for want of a better word, straight back over Delaney's head, and it was a very flat 6, never got above 10-12 feet. When you think of some of the 6s we've seen this week, that one quite flat.
Ben Hollingshead and Sam Hollingshead, I should say, and Aidan Sievers are our 2 umpires out there. Again, stepping across the stumps, and it's nicely stopped. Josh Manley with the fielding, preventing it going over the boundary, so just a single, but it was hit hard at him.
Well, he did the first thing first, which was to get his body behind it. Might not have taken it cleanly, but the first priority was to stop the boundary, and that he did.
Overpitched. And away with that one. Can he get out of here? Now Delaney, he conceded a 6 straight down the ground, but otherwise it hasn't been a bad over. It's coming down towards us, but it's going to go over everybody's head, and Tyrone Kane has to backtrack, so he couldn't get out. A couple of sixes from that to end the 7th over, 92 without loss, and they're moving inexorably along to that 129 target.
Well, that was a glorious shot of clean hitting. Foot down the track, and it just kept going, kept going. And you could see Tyrone Kane having to go and fetch it. Pretorius now on 41. It's taken him 27 balls, whereas Adair 35 off just 16 after those couple of sixes, really increasing his personal run rate.
Adair 35, Pretorius 41, just 37 now. Balls remaining at 30, so they're coming closer to that run of ball. Still 10 wickets in hand. Ben White continuing from the Mardyke Road end, and this is going to be, looks like, a relatively easy victory for the Knights. Were they to go on and win, it would set up a winner-take-all for the first of these festivals tomorrow when they take on the Warriors. Warriors 2 for 2 as well. And Knights not quite there yet, but all the signs are that they will be. And then there'll be a game between the two teams that haven't won here, Munster and the Lightning. Although Munster haven't lost this one yet, again, it's looking more and more likely.
It's hard to see how Munster can pull this one back now. 93 on the board, but no wickets down.
That sport is unpredictable. I remember a colleague of mine, Mihala Murahurtik, doing GA commentary, and there used to be a line that we used to take the mickey out of him when he would say, Galway are leading by 18 goals and 12 points, but you'd never know in hurling with 2 minutes to go. Sport can be unpredictable, not quite as unpredictable as that. But this is looking good with every passing moment for the visitors. The Knights, 94 without loss now. We're in the 8th over. Ben White not bowling that badly, just 8 runs from his 1.3 over so far.
Well, just from a figures point of view, Ben White seems to have been the most economical so far. Neither batsman really got hold of him yet. I say that.
It could be out. Fielder coming underneath it. Oh, did really well to get his hand to it. Getting closer, Gareth Delaney, all the time to try and take that out of the sky. Very good dive from him. And applause you can see from the wicketkeeper Fletcher. He just got his hand to it but couldn't cling on.
Well, that's an absolutely wonderful attempt by Gareth Delaney. He knew he couldn't get both hands out there. Just threw out the one to see if he could cling on. It hit his hand but didn't stick.
He's bowled him. White has been the pick of the bowlers so far. Previous delivery, they didn't get to the 3 figures in an opening partnership, but they have rattled through and made 96. But White's bowled well. Delaney nearly caught him in the previous ball. This time he gets his man Pretorius bowled for 44.
Well, Rowan Pretorius, he'll be happy enough. 44 off 31. He'll be sorry that he wasn't there for the end. But this is, one would say, a just reward for Ben White. He's created chances. He hasn't gone for as many runs as his colleagues, and this time he got one under the bat, rattled into the stumps. And that's the end of Pretorius, and that stand of 96.
That comes in the 8th over, 96 for 1 in the 8th. Reduced to overs. Not because of rain or anything like that. It was a swarm of bees that passed across the ground and decided to make a little home for themselves on the picket fence just in front of the pavilion. The experts from swarm.ie were called in, moved them into a box. We resumed. Adjusted figure 129. Neil Rock, captain, is next in for the Knights. And immediately amongst the runs, down on one knee. Oh, that might have disturbed the bees if they were down there. That's something over the pavilion. That's a beautiful shot. It was just so nonchalant. He just flicked it, and the 100 comes up.
Well, you see here, Ben White now bowling at a left-hander. Knight's captain. Well, he just flicked that round the corner. It goes for 6, 102, and now 27 off 24 is the equation. That's with 8 overs gone.
Not so long ago, Craig, you'd have been watching this game. You and I have been watching the game like this, thinking 27 from 24. It's going to be very tight. But the way they hit the ball these days, and those big 3-pound, 2-ounce bats as well, the ball just fairly flies to the boundary. So very much in the Northern Knights' hands here. Plenty of wickets in hand. Experienced batsman at the crease in Adair. Mark Adair's brother. Ross, former rugby player. 1 cap for Ulster. Neil Rock on 6. 1 to the total, and 1 to Adair moves him to 37.
Well, the brutal assault by the openers has meant that they pretty much can just push it around the park and wait for the bad ball now. But again, I don't think they will. I think they're going to go for everything here. It's not a case of run rates or net run rates or anything like that. I think they're just taking a fancy to the Munster bowling at the moment. That's their mindset. It started that way. No need to change it now.
Well, it's actually holding up proceedings now again is the fact that because it's a left and right combination of their batters, and the umpires have to keep changing. And moving from one position to another. Tried a little ramp shot there, didn't get anything on it. Actually taken by Fletcher. A rare dot ball. But the square leg umpire has quite a distance to go, and if they keep changing and running ones, it holds things up even more. I just sometimes think this: is it absolutely necessary to move from one side of the field to the other? That's in the air. It's going to come down to a fielder in front of us. It's going to drop short, though.
Yes, you can understand the umpire changing when there are slips and gullies and points and fielders on the offside. But in this case, the field is so spread. I think there's plenty of room for the umpire. And as you say, he's taking a good 30, 40 yards. He's even jogging the last few just to save some time.
Dropped short as well. I'll run through for the single down to Ben White. He's got a very good arm, Ben White. .24 needed now. And now the umpire is actually staying at the opposite side of square leg. And what's that? Little flip. That was an unusual shot, that. They've run a bit of tennis. Flipped it over his head, Neil Rock, all the way to the boundary for 4.
What a super little shot. Neil Rock doing exactly what his team needs. It's less a need now and more a want.
I'll be out of here early, get into the restaurant early. I'm absolutely famished. Thanks for everybody in Blarney for hosting us for the last couple of days. We really have enjoyed the hospitality of the bars and restaurants down there. Very nice Chinese restaurant in the last couple of nights. Very tasty food. It's beaten the batter, it's beaten the wicketkeeper, and it's beaten everybody. And straight to the boundary for 5 wides. Well, it gets them closer to the target, all right, without even hitting the bat.
Well, that brings the rate required under 6, under a run of ball now. And again, this game, it promised so much when the Munster Reds, they were 91. 91 for 3, I think, at the stage, or 90. They would have felt they were well in the game. Still 9 overs to go. They were going to put up an imposing total, but the way the Knights are batting, it doesn't look like any total would have been enough.
No, 3 overs to go. Need 14 to win now from 18 balls remaining. Still 9 wickets in hand. McCarthy has gone 41 runs off his 3 overs. Only wicket to fall out of Pretorius bowled by Ben White when he was on 44 and the score was on 96. White's bowled well, I thought. 1 for 16 from his 2 overs. Let's see what he can do now. There you go. Ben White straight through. Neil Rock tried the same shot that he did when he first came to the crease, but he goes straight through it, and he's the second victim. And White, I think, deservedly got that wicket because he's bowled quite well.
Very difficult circumstances for him, seeing runs leaking at the other end. But he's stuck at his task. He's putting it up to the Northern Knights batsman, and he's found 2 of them wanting. He's hit the poles twice now.
There's no need for Neil Rock to go for the extravagant shot. He just wanted to finish it early. 115. That's a partnership of 21. Here's that wicket again. Yeah, too late on the shot. And a bit of relief for Munster. At least they got a couple of wickets anyway. And Jason van der Merwe's next in.
Well, you say some relief, but Jason van der Merwe, well, I've seen him hit some magnificent 6s and 4s in Spain for his club. He'll be looking to do the same now for his provincial team.
Nice little dab down to McCarthy, quickly in. It stung the fingers there of Fletcher. I suppose the only way now they could lose if there were 8-9 down. Maybe it's squeaky bum time, but now they've got still 8 wickets in hand. 13 now needed for victory. Again, that little dab down to short third. No need to do anything extravagant. That's a surprise at Rock, actually. Just wanted to get it done in a couple of big blows. Could have just stayed there, but I think he felt that he, as captain, had done his work by chipping in with a quick 12. Oof. So the stumps, I think he'd have been in trouble there getting back. There's a cry of wait for Van der Merwe, but Adair didn't hear him. Here it is again.
We'll see how close this actually is, but it certainly felt like he was in big trouble.
Yeah, you can see it there. He was halfway down the track. In fact, he wasn't sent back either. And it's gone up and over his head. Delaney's crashes into the bushes. 4 more near the total. 8 to win now.
Well, it really is just a matter of time now when you've got shots like this going to the boundary. On another day, this would have fallen into Delaney's hands.
Oh, it's gone straight through everybody. A waft of the bat from Van der Merwe. And straight through everybody. And that wraps it up. Well, thereabouts. And straight through everybody. Fletcher head in hand. Can't believe he missed that one. 125 now for 2. 10 overs of the 12 being completed. Just 4 runs for victory now. And it's going to be McCarthy coming back, is it?
No, he's bowled his 3.
He's bowled his 3. Of course, My apologies. It is 3, not the 4. Reduced over. So Tyrone Kane is going to bowl this, perhaps be the last over. The captain.
Well, reorganising his field, bringing third man up. Just 4 required. Goes on 39.
There we go for the big one here, just to finish it. Just as soon as I said that, he just tries to guide it. That's well ball from Kane indeed. First delivery, a rare dot ball. As Bumble would say, start the tuk-tuk. We're nearly there. Get the engines revved. We will have our player of the match interview, which you can see on the Cricket Ireland social media site not long after the conclusion of this game. And that's out. Well done, Tyrone Kane. Little uppish on Adair, and he's gone. Third wicket falls with the score on 125. Perhaps delaying the inevitable, but nice figures for Kane so far. Hasn't conceded a run, and he takes a wicket.
Well, you could see Adair was caught between two there. Part of him wanted to go for the big hit. Part of him just wanted to lift this over the keeper. In the end, he fell between the two stools. Conor Fletcher takes the catch. It gives an opportunity. Well, the Reds will be happy. They've taken 3 wickets. They just wish they'd taken them earlier. It might have put a bit more pressure on the Northern Knights. But that's a fine knock from Ross Adair. 39 from 22. Now, Morgan Topping, he had a good knock yesterday. He doesn't have too much to do today.
The rusting of paper behind us, that's how we adjudicate on our player of the match. It's all very complicated. Good job we didn't get the drum out.
Well, I still say it's better than a WhatsApp group.
Oh, please. Oh, that should be the winning runs, or is it? No, maybe not, maybe yes. Well, that's one way to do it. It's gone flown all the way for 6, and that's the winning runs. Topping comes in, first ball, whack. And that ends the game, 131 for 3. It is a 7-wicket victory. 2 for 2 for the Knights. They join the Warriors at the top with 2 for 2 as well. And 2 defeats in a row now for both the Reds and Leinster Lightning, who will be playing in a consolation match tomorrow in this first part of the festival. It's winner take all between the Knights and the Warriors tomorrow. Looking forward to that one already.
Well, well-deserved victory by the Knights, and quite comprehensive, 7 wickets. They were set a target of 129 off 12 overs after the unusual interruption to this game. It was reduced to 12 overs after the swarm of bees came across the pitch and then decided to settle on the fence just inside the pavilion, just outside the pavilion. Inside would have been a different matter altogether. But once Mario Diaz from Swarm.ae did his work, we got on with a 12-over game. The Munster Reds scored 106 themselves. DLS took that up to 129, but the Knights chased it down and chased it down quickly. This is the Munster Red innings. You have to remember that out of these 12 overs, 10.4 of them, they thought they were going to have 20 overs to bat. Gareth Delaney did well with 32. Murray Commons did superbly to get 28 from 20. He was not out at the end. There were a few wickets to fall in that brief end of the innings over.
flurry, I think is the word you're looking for. Is it flurry?
Indeed.
This is the batting, or bowling, I should say. Pretorius is in line for player of the match, obviously. 3-4 from his 3 overs. And wickets then for Foster and Humphreys as well. Good caught and bowled.
Well, the Northern Knights went about their task and went about it at rapid speed. Ross Adair, 39, but Ruan Pretorius followed up his 3 wickets with 44 from 31. Captain Neil Rock, he came in and just bludgeoned a quick 12 from 6 balls, and then we ended up with the not-out batsman. But you'll also see at the bottom there, 25 extras, and that's an awful lot of extras in just 10.4 overs.
Munster Reds got tapped. White bowled, I thought, pretty well for his 2 wickets from 22 runs from 3 overs. The rest, well, nothing right home about there. Tyrone Kane, though, did take the last wicket to fall. There's our match summary. If I was a betting man, I'd say Ruan Pretorius is very close to being player of the match. We shall find that out on the social media network sites for Cricket Ireland, at Cricket Ireland, if you want to check that out. Stephen will be doing that interview. So the Munster Reds on the 12 overs, 106 for 5, readjusted to 229 for victory. Northern Knights eased over the line with 1.2 overs to go, winning by 7 wickets on the DLS method. That means the Knights will meet tomorrow the Warriors for winner-take-all of this particular festival, and it's a consolation match then between the Lightning and the Munster Reds, both looking for their first victory here at the Mardyke. From Stephen, from John Kenny, and from Craig as well. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. We'll do it all again tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning. From all the crew down here, it's bye for now.